Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare 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 Krishna Hare Ram. Sit properly. Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Rama Rama Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Rama Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Rama Rama Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare Rama Rama Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Rama Rama Hare Krishna Ram Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Rama Rama Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare Krishna Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare Rama Rama Hare Krishna Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare Krishna Ram Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Rama Rama Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Rama Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Rama Rama Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Rama Rama Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Rama Rama Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Rama Rama Hare Krishna Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram 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 Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Rama Rama Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Rama Rama Hare Krishna Hare Rama Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Rama Rama Hare Krishna Hare Rama Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Rama Hare Krishna Hare Rama Hare Rama Hare Krishna Hare Rama Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Hare Rama Hare Krishna Hare Rama Hare Rama Hare Krishna Hare Rama Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Rama Hare Krishna Hare Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Krishna Hare Rama Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Rama Hare Krishna Hare Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare Rama Hare Krishna Hare Rama Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Rama Hare Krishna Hare Rama Hare Krishna Hare Rama Hare Krishna Hare Rama Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Rama Hare Krishna Hare Rama Krishna Hare Rama Hare Krishna Hare Rama Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Rama Hare Krishna Hare Rama Hare Krishna Hare Rama Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram 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 Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Ram, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Ram Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare 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 Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Ram. Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Ram, Ram Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Ram, Ram Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna. Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Ram, Ram Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Ram, Ram Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Ram, Ram Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Ram, Ram Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Ram, Ram Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Ram, Ram Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Ram, Ram Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Ram, Ram Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Ram. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Ram, Ram Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Ram, Ram Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Ram, Ram Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Ram, Ram Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Ram, Ram Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Ram, Ram Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Ram, Ram Ram, Ram, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Om Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, 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 Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Ram Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, 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 Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram Ram Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, 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 Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, 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 Ram Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Ram Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Sit properly. Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna. Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Krishna. Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna. Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Ram, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, 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 Ram. Krishna, Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Krishna, Ram, 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 Hare Krishna. Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Krishna, Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, 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 Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Krishna, Ram, Krishna, Krishna, Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Krishna, Ram, 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 Hare Krishna. Ram Ram Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Ram Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna. Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Ram, Krishna, 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 Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Ram, Ram, Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, 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 Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, 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 Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Ram, Krishna, Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, 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 Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Ram, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram. Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram. Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram. Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna, Hare Ram. Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare 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 Ram. Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram. Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram. Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram. Sit properly. Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Ram Ram Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Hare Krishna Hare Ram Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram Hare Oh, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Ram Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Ram Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Ram Hare Krishna, Ram Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Ram Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram. Ram Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna. Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna. Ram Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Ram Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna. Ram Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna. Ram Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Sit properly. Ram Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram 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 Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna. Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Krishna. Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram. Krishna 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 Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram. Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram. Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram. Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram. Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram Ram. Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram. Krishna Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram. Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram. Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram. Hare Krishna, Om Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram. Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram. Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram. Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram. Hare Krishna, Ram Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Krishna Krishna Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram. Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Krishna, Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, 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 Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Krishna, Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Krishna, Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Ram, 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 Krishna, Krishna, Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Krishna, Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Krishna, Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Ram, Krishna, Krishna, Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Ram, 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 Ram. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, 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 Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna. Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Ram Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram. Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna. Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna. Ram Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna. Ram Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Ram Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram. Krishna Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna. Krishna Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna. Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna. Ram Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare 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 Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram. Sit properly. Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare 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 Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Ram, Hare 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 Krishna. Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare 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 Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare 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 Ram Ram Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna 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 Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna 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 Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Krishna Ram Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna. Oh, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Krishna 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 Ram 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 Krishna 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 Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna 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 Ram Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram Hare Oh, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Krishna Hare Ram Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Hare Krishna Hare Ram Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare
Jaya Prabhupada. Shri Guru Charana Padma Kevala Bhakati Sadma. Shri Guru Guru Charana Padma Kevala Bhakati Sadma. Shri Guru Charana Padma Kevala Bhakati Sadma. Bando Mui Savadhana Mate Bando Mui Savadhana Mate Jahara Prasade Bhai E Bhavatoriya Jai Jahara Prasade Bhai E Bhavatoriya Jai Jahara Prasade Bhai He Bhavatoriya Jai Krishna Prapti Hoya Hoite Krishna Prapti Hoya Hoite Krishna Prapti Hoya Hoite Guru Mukha Padma Vakya Chitete Koriya Aikya Guru Mukha Padma Vakya Chitete Koriya Aikya Guru Mukha Padma Vakya Chitete Koriya Aikya Guru Mukha Padma Vaikya Chitete Koriya Aikya Ana Kori Ho Mane Asha Koi ho mane asha Shri Guru Charane Rati Aise Uttama Gati Prasade pure sarva asha. Prasade pure sarva asha. Jai prasade pure sarva asha. Chakudan diloye janme janme Prabhu se. 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 Divya Gyan Hriday Prokasito. Divya Gyan Hriday Prokasito. Divya Gyan Hriday Prokasito. Divya Gyan Hriday Prokasito. Prema Bhakti Yaha Hoite Avidya Vinasa Jate. Prema Bhakti Yaha Hoite Avidya Vinasa Jate. Prema Bhakti Yaha Hoite Avidya Vinasa Jate. Vedic Gaya Acharito. Krishna Pristaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Niti Namine Krishna Pristaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Swati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Bhaskacharya Sakarine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Caitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda
Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya Radha Madhava Gopijana Ballabha Giridhara Hari Jaya Gopijana Ballabha Gopijana Ballabha Giridhara Hari Jaya Giridhara Soranandana Brajajanadana Brajajanadana Soranandana Brajajanadana Yamuna Tira Banachari Tira Banachari Yamuna Tira Banachari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Gopijana Ballabha Giridhara Hari Jaya Jana Ballabha Giridhara Dasaranandana Brajajanarandana Dasaranandana Brajajanarandana Jamuna Tira Banachari Jamuna Tira Banachari Jaya Radha Lokapalahato jasaha Nyavedayan Vishvasrijye Dvanpa Vyati Karam Disham. Someone else? Dvanpa Vyati Karam Disham. Loke tena hata loke Lokapala hato jasaha Nyavedayan Vishvasrijye Dvanpa Vyati Karam Disham. Loke tena hata loke Vishvasrijye Dvanpa Vyati Karam Disham. Vaishnavi. Loke tena hata loke Lokapala hato jasaha Nyavedayan Vishvasrijye Dvanpa Vyati Karam Disham. Loke tena hata loke Lokapala hato jasaha Nyavidayan Vishvasrijye Dvanpa Vyati Karam Disham. Loke, within this universe, Tena, by the force of the pregnancy of Diti, Ahata, being devoid of, Aloke, light, Lokapala, the demigods of various planets, Hata Ojasa, whose prowess was diminished, Nyavidayan, asked, Vishvasrijye, Brahma, Dvanpa Vitakaram, Dvanpa Patikaram, expansion of darkness, Disham, in all directions. Translation: by the force of the pregnancy of Diti, the light of the sun and moon, was impaired in all the planets, and the demigods of various planets, being disturbed by that force, asked the creator of the universe, Brahma, what is this expansion of darkness in all directions? Purport: it appears from this verse of Srimad Bhagavatam that the sun is the source of light for all the planets in the universe. The modern scientific theory, which states that there are many suns in each universe, is not supported by this verse. It is understood that in each universe there is only one sun, which supplies light to all the planets. In Bhagavad Gita, the moon is also stated to be one of the stars. There are many stars, and when we see them glittering at night, we can understand that they are reflectors of light. Just as moonlight is a reflection of sunlight, other planets also reflect sunlight. And there are many other planets which cannot be seen by our naked eyes. The demoniac influence of the suns in the womb of Diti expanded darkness throughout the universe. Loke tena hata loke, lokapala hato jasaha, nya vidayan vishvasrijye dvanpa yati karam disham. By the force of the pregnancy of Diti, the light of the sun and moon was impaired in all the planets, and the demigods of various planets, being disturbed by that force, ask the creator of the universe, Brahma, what is this expansion of darkness in all directions? So, continuing on, the story of Kasyapa and Diti, and the pregnancy of Diti now is being discussed, Maitreya Muni to Vidura. Here, the demigods are very intelligent. Even they could not understand completely. They may have had an idea because of Diti's pregnancy, but they went to Lord Brahma. And here Lord Brahma is mentioned. Vishvasidhya, he is the creator of the universe. So they went to the greatest authority within this universe, Lord Brahma, to ask for clarification on what the situation was and how this was happening. So this is very intelligent. One has to always remember that Lokanath Maharaj, he was walking with Prabhupada one time, and he looked up in the sky and there were some birds flying, and all the birds were following the leader, and Lokanath Maharaj asked Prabhupada, why do the birds follow the leader like that, Prabhupada? I don't know if it's such an appropriate question to ask the Guru Maharaj, but anyway, he asked it. And Prabhupada said, because they're not foolish like you. In other words, smart people follow a leader. Just off the top of my head, I just thought of that one. So Prabhupada turned it into a humorous answer because they're not foolish like you. In other words, they're intelligent. The leader, obviously, from experience, knows which direction to go. So the others, seeing that the leader knows which direction to go, they follow the leader. If someone is an established leader, then best to follow that established leader. No need to make up new things if the leader actually knows, has experience, and goes in the right direction. So we understand the leaders have different qualities and so on. I think I've mentioned before, Prabhupada gives the story of he calls it the thin horse philosophy. The thin horse philosophy. Some very powerful horses approached the river, and the river was raging. So they had to get to the other side. So the powerful horses, they are looking around at each other, and they are a little bit afraid. The raging river, would they be carried by the swift current and drown in the river? So they made an attempt, and they swam across. And unfortunately, right in the middle, the current was so strong, it carried them away, and down the river they drowned. So the other horses, the weaker horses, Prabhupada calls it the thin horse philosophy. The weaker horses, seeing that, they were talking amongst each other, and they said, well, all right, well, the leader, our leaders, and they made an attempt, but they went a little bit over here. Maybe if we go a little bit over there, we'll be all right. So they went a little bit over there, and within a few steps, whoosh, they were gone. So Prabhupada calls this the thin horse philosophy. The thin horse philosophy means that don't be foolish. Other more powerful have gone and experienced something bad, and you foolishly, even though you're not in such a powerful position, you follow on and do that, and expecting that you will be successful. So, in other words, see what is going on in front of you, and if there is a leader who is qualified, if there's a leader who can give the knowledge, then approach that leader to get the transcendent knowledge. So, of course, the demigods are very advanced devotees, and they understand things, how they're going on in the universe. So they're approaching Lord Brahma to understand what's the cause of this impairment of the light. Now, this word is used at Disham. This impairment, this darkness was spread in all directions. So we can understand that how powerful were these two asuras, Hiranyaksha and Hiranyakashipu. How powerful. I mean, there's influences around, and everything is connected in the universe. And just like we've been experiencing, what is that geomagnetic occurrence that's just happened over the last few days, and all lights can be seen all over the world. And what is that? You would know more about this. You're specially with. It's some from the sun, right? It's some plasma shot up into the space, and it travels at a certain speed. Is that what it is? No, according to the latest one, this is the cause of its. Huh? So flares, were they? Okay. Okay. So all right. So now we see the disturbance. And so we know that certain things that happen in the universe, of course the sun is a very powerful planet. And so anything that happens on the sun greatly affects us here on Earth. So we saw geomagnetic, it can affect so many things on the Earth apart from seeing the lights and everything like that. It can actually, I was reading, it can affect playing instruments and all these types of things. And so a warning was issued that be mindful that this is going to be happening over the next few days, and aircraft and all such other, organizations that use these types of instruments and measurements have to be aware that there could be some interference there in regard to this. So that's the sun. Now, Prabhupada uses this story here and highlights the position that according to this verse of the Srimad Bhagavatam, the sun is the source of light for all the planets in the universe. And he goes on to say the modern scientific theory which states that there are many suns in each universe is not supported by this verse. So from my understanding, this is not my specialty, but from my understanding is that that they don't, generally speaking, of course there's all different kind of levels of understanding, but the general understanding is that they don't say there's many suns, but they say that the sun is a star, and there are many countless billions and even trillions of stars, and Prabhupada actually mentions here that and some can't be seen. So even I know in science also they say the same thing. There are billions and trillions of stars, and many that cannot be seen even on top of that. And so a star, and one definition is a star that is kind of a planet, but more than a planet. It gives off. There's a difference between planets and stars. Like the Earth is a planet. The stars give off their own illumination. No, I think that's the basic difference. Am I correct? That's the basic difference between a planet and a star. That a star gives off its own illumination, whereas Prabhupada is pointing out here. Now, and of course the scientific understanding, well, the sun is a star. There's so many other stars. So in one sense, you could call them suns as well, because they're stars. And some are many more times bigger than the sun. Some are just 5 times bigger, 10 times bigger than the sun. And so, although generally there's only one planet that's referred to as the sun, even in modern science, but they say because there's so many stars, they can also be considered suns. So, but Prabhupada says no, they cannot be considered suns in that and they also say that they give off some type of illumination. They're luminous. They have a self. What's the word? A self power to give. Yeah, they have They got a self power to give off light. When they can give off light and heat, I think that's one of the definitions of a star. When they can give off light and heat, just like the sun gives off a lot of light and heat, and it's considered a star, and so therefore the others are stars. Some are much bigger, many are much bigger, and a lot more powerful, but they're far distant. And of course, they're not seeing out of the universe. We know that. Vedically speaking, we know that within this universe, there's given in Srimad Bhagavatam and other Puranas, how big the universe is, and so many planets, and so on and so forth. And but beyond the universe, they're not seeing outside of this universe to other universes. So they have various definitions of galaxies and universes and solar systems, and so on and so forth. But here Prabhupada is saying quite emphatically that no, there's one sun
in this universe, and others may be stars, just like the moon is considered a star. And in fact, he quotes from Bhagavad Gita, the moon is also stated to be one of the stars, and it reflects all the other stars. They may be stars, but in the Vedic sense, there are planets like planet Earth. Planet Earth doesn't give off its own illumination, and it is not considered as a star. But planet Earth, so there are many stars, but they reflect the light that actually only comes from the sun. So whereas the modern theory is that no, the stars also give off their own light. Now we have read about the moon. There's some type of kusha grass up there that burns and gives off a cooling light, But that's another thing. That's the grass. That's the kusha grass. But within itself, it doesn't give off the light. So this is the difference between the Vedic model and one difference between the Vedic model and the modern theory. So Prabhupada says that the modern scientific theory, which states that there are many suns in each universe, is not supported by this verse. So this is a very much just almost a side point given here by Srila Prabhupada. But of course, now the Prabhupada goes on to say in his purport, what was it there? The demoniac influence of the suns in the womb of deity expanded darkness throughout the universe. Indeed, the verse says the same thing. So there was a darkness. So I mentioned that these suns must have been so powerful that they could do that. Just their presence within the womb of deity, and as mentioned yesterday, that she kept them within the womb for 100 years. So this disturbance was going on for a long time. Darkness spread all around. It impaired the light of the sun and the moon and the light, of course, of all the other planets. And so the demigods were disturbed, and now they're going to Lord Brahma to ask him what was the cause of this disturbance. So when there is, of course, darkness, and darkness is generally in our Vaishnava philosophy is equated to ignorance, and Prabhupada does say that in many places in his purports, that when the darkness, in fact, what was that on the back to Godhead, the logo, Krishna Surya Sam, was it Maya Haya Andhakara. So that what is, and Prabhupada gives this translation: Godhead is light, nescience is darkness. Where there is Godhead, there is no nescience. That was the logo of the back to Godhead. Godhead is light, nescience is darkness. So this is a general in Vaishnava philosophy. The Acharyas, Prabhupada, as I said, says it many places. Darkness is very much equated to ignorance. Nescience, as opposed to prescience. Nescience is darkness. Godhead is light. Where there is Godhead, there is no nescience. Now this is actually quoted from Caitanya Charitamrita. Krishna Surya Samaya Haya Andhakara. Yahan Krishna Tahan Nahi Maya Adhikara. Now in Caitanya Charitamrita, Prabhupada gives a little bit of a different translation to this verse than the slogan. Of course, it had to be a slogan, it had to be a logo, so it was given a little bit different. But he says, Krishna is compared to sunshine, and Maya is compared to darkness. Wherever there is sunshine, there cannot be darkness. As soon as one takes to Krishna consciousness, the darkness of illusion, the influence of the external energy will immediately vanish. And he quotes another verse from the Bhagavatam, Rite ritam yat pritayeta na priyate chatmani. What appears to be truth without me is certainly my illusory energy, for nothing can exist without me. So it is like reflection of real light in the shadows. So where there is actually light, there can be really no shadows. So this is the understanding here. So now, of course, to get the light. Now, when the Supreme Personality of Godhead appears, we know also with Lord Nrsimhadev, there can be, there is also a physical effulgence. There's two aspects to this light. One is transcendental knowledge, which is the light that counteracts ignorance. And the other is actually the effulgence of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who appears. And in many places we read about different various incarnations that appear and are so effulgent. And I think even with Lord Nrsimhadev, when he appeared, wasn't it, if I remember correctly, wasn't it that Lord Hiranyakashipu had to cover his eyes because the effulgence was so bright, and he couldn't see the Lord because the light was so strong. And you read in other leelas as well, when the Lord appears, sometimes he appears, there is a big assembly, they're also manifesting an effulgence because the spirit soul, they're very advanced and they're manifesting effulgence. But when the Lord comes in the assembly, all other effulgences are diminished because his effulgence is so great. So then the effulgence of the Lord is so great, and it's only a very small spark of it, really, and so that everyone can actually see his form, he reduces that effulgence. The Lord reduces that effulgence. So great personalities who are very advanced, the spirit soul shines with its natural effulgence, and they can be very bright, and you can feel their presence just by that presence of that advancement of the spirit soul. And so the devotees radiate a type of effulgence, and they're always, if they're following everything very nice, they're always happy in Krishna consciousness. I remember one story that came to mind that when Prabhupada went to Africa one time, he was one assistant, no, I won't say his name, but one assistant with him, and he was feeling morose, and for even traveling with Prabhupada, he was feeling very morose. And Prabhupada didn't say anything. After a few days, Prabhupada said, "Why I have to look at your morose face?" He said, "Think of Krishna and be happy." So one who's actually practicing Krishna consciousness very nicely, he will always be happy. Or, always. Of course, sometimes it's not manifest in smiles, but I remember one lady came up to me one time, and I was at the Melbourne Rath Yatra when Prabhupada came in. And Prabhupada at one stage was appearing very grave, and she just said, just an outsider, and she came up and she said, your Guru Maharaj doesn't appear very happy. And I said, he is always happy. Sometimes it's expressed in the face and sometimes not, but he is always happy. And I think I've said before, when Prabhupada came one time at the airport, that journalists were interviewing him, and one of them said that, "Oh, Swamiji, how do you like this country?" Prabhupada said, "Oh, I like it everywhere." In other words, there's no difference between this country and everywhere else. So, I mean, we distinguish between, I like that country better and the other country better. But for Prabhupada, there was no difference. So he's always situated in transcendental ecstasy, no matter, he sometimes cried, he's showing a smiling face, or he's appearing very grave, but within himself he's always in ecstasy. So that effulgence can be manifest within great devotees or within everyone, and those who are in ignorance, the soul is very much in a covered position, and that natural effulgence of the spirit soul is not coming out so much. Now that's one level of effulgence, one level of light, and the other level, of course, as I mentioned, te shamivano kampatam aham agyana jamtamha nasamyamatma bhavashto jnanadipena bhashvata jnanadipena, the transcendental light of knowledge. To show them special mercy, I, dwelling in their hearts, destroy with a shining lamp of knowledge the darkness born of ignorance. And Prabhupada comments here that when Lord Caitanya came to Varanasi, some of the Mayavadi sannyasis were criticizing him and saying that he was a sentimentalist, he was just dancing and chanting, and this is not what a strict sannyasi should be doing, very frivolous, he should be practicing tapasya, and very grave and so on and so forth, but he is very frivolous. And Prabhupada says, in general, many of the Mayavadis say that the devotees are actually in ignorance. They're just sentimentalists. They're just sentimentalists, all they know is jumping up and down and chanting and dancing. They're not grave. They're not studying the Veda and so on. But here Prabhupada comments that no, there are many great scholars amongst the Vaishnava acharyas that have put forward many great works of transcendental knowledge and given their commentaries and so on and so forth. But part of the transcendental ecstasy is chanting and dancing, especially for this age. So not understanding the higher nature of transcendence, sometimes people criticize. Oh, what is this chanting and dancing and all this type of thing? Especially those who are in the yoga school or something like that. Mayavadis, they like to criticize. They're just sentimentalists. But no, they are very effulgent. And so Krishna, there's different ways of getting this shining lamp. Now the Supreme Lord, when there is a darkness or when there is an ignorance, the Supreme Lord himself comes with his effulgence. And of course, when Lord Caitanya first was invited to the Brahmana's home to meet with Prakasananda Saraswati and the other sannyasis, he was sitting in there where they were washing the pots. And when they first came in, he manifested such an effulgence. And they were, of course, their goal was to attain the Brahman effulgence. So Lord Chaitanya was very clever in that he attracted them first. Of course, later on he spoke very erudite philosophy. And in the end, they all became his disciples. But in the beginning, he manifests this great effulgence. But apart from that, the Lord comes and gives, and as he says here, of course he's manifesting within the heart, giving the living entities a transcendental knowledge, or he comes personally and gives the transcendental knowledge, the shining lamp. So the Lord comes himself. And of course, we know that the knowledge that destroys the darkness of ignorance can also come in the form of the Shastra, especially Srimad Bhagavatam and Bhagavad Gita. In that verse from Bhagavad Gita, Prabhupada comments that the Srimad Bhagavatam and the Bhagavad Gita are torch-bearers for the darkness of ignorance in this age of Kali. They're torch-bearers. The world is in darkness. Actually, the universe is dark. If it wasn't for the sun, it would be a dark place, only for the presence of the sun. And if the sun is just going in its orbit and it's set, all arranged by the Lord, if it moves a little bit further away, we'd all freeze to death. And if it comes a little bit closer, we're all, fry up due to the intense heat. So everything is very exact how it's going on, and all by the mercy of the Lord. But other than that, other than the sun, and which is manifested and sometimes said to be the eye of the Lord, the universe is dark. So there's darkness physical, and then there's darkness of ignorance, and that is an unfortunate place to be, because in ignorance one manifests, as Maharaj was saying so nicely yesterday, the qualities of the ignorance, dambo, dapo, vimana, kroda, parashameva, agyanam, chabitas, Pata Sampanam Asurim. In the 16th chapter of Bhagavad Gita, you can read all those qualities of the Asuras: arrogance, conceit, harshness, ignorance, anger. So many dark. You can be. People actually say that. They use these terms, don't they? So-and-so is in a dark place, right? I'm in a dark place. Dark place. You're feeling down. You're feeling down. And I remember there was one new bhakta who was always morose also, we after a while, we tried to engage him and get him all enthusiastic, but he continued on. So in the end, someone gave him the name the Dark Cloud. Bhakta Dark Cloud's coming over here. Here comes the Dark Cloud again. Little unkind, but nevertheless, that was the situation. So we're not meant to be dark clouds or be in darkness. We're supposed to be bright and effulgent and transcendently happy. That can automatically come when we are blessed by the mercy of the Lord and get the torched light of transcendental knowledge. And as said by Prabhupada here in the purport, the Srimad Bhagavatam, Bhagavad Gita, torch bearers in this age of Kali. Krishna Svadhamapagate, very famous for Dhammagyana Devesaha. The Bhagavad Purana is as brilliant as the sun. It has arisen just after the departure of Lord Krishna to his own abode, accompanied by religion, knowledge, etc. Persons who have lost their vision due to the dense darkness of ignorance. What is the darkness in this age? Ignorance. And they shall get light from this Purana. So the light comes in the form of the Supreme Lord. The light comes in the form of the various great books like Srimad Bhagavatam, Bhagavad Gita, that enlighten us. They enlighten us. It's like a bulb comes on in the head practically. And whoa, you remember when I was first reading Bhagavad Gita, whoa, things were so, you couldn't, there were things I couldn't understand, but the things I could understand were so emphatically true in my mind that even though I couldn't understand other things, I had to accept it, because the things that were very emphatic to me just outweighed any other doubts I might have had. So the light, and as we advance, we get more understanding of books like Bhagavad Gita and Srimad Bhagavatam. So Prabhupada, he very much instituted, when he formed his International Society for Krishna Consciousness, he established the whole morning schedule and especially hearing Srimad Bhagavatam. I always remember one time we were young book distributors when we came to see Prabhupada. And someone said, Prabhupada, they're distributing so many books, and Prabhupada was very happy. He said, but are you reading the books? It's very important that you read these books. Very, very important. So he was very happy. He says, Prabhupada, we're reading these books. And he proceeded to even throw out gulab jamans and rasamalais in our direction, being very happy that we were reading these books. So very important to read these books. And of course, where else do we get light of transcendental knowledge? As we say, Oma Jnanatimirandasya Jnananjana Salakaya Chakshu Umilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. We offer our respectful obeisances to the Guru because the Chakshu, he is giving us the sun of transcendental knowledge. So we can get the knowledge directly from Krishna, we can get from the books, we can get from Guru and Sadhu and all devotees. So in these ways, we're very fortunate because age of Kali, there's a lot of darkness. And that darkness is ignorance. So the ignorance has to be dissipated if one actually wants to come to a transcendental happiness. The ignorance is the cause of the bondage and the cause of our unhappiness. Although superficially we feel happy sometimes and then we don't feel happy. This is all superficial. Happy, unhappy, and in a relationship, and then the relationship is no good. I love you, I hate you, same person. So all these things, these dualities are concomitant, with part and parcel of the material world. So to overcome that and actually come to enlightenment, and you have to get transcendental knowledge. And this knowledge is, again, especially in this age, under the auspices of the Guru by the mercy of the Supreme Lord. It takes time. We're very conditioned souls. I always tell the story when I was in Rishikesh. I saw a big sign. I was there with some brahmacharis, and one sign said, instant enlightenment, with a big arrow, this way. So I thought, just for interest's sake, I would follow that arrow. And we went there, and we went inside, and there was no one home. So that was it for our instant enlightenment, and we went back to our regular process of enlightenment, which is chanting Hare Krishna Mahamantra. So persons who have lost their vision due to the dense darkness of ignorance in the age of Kali shall get light from this Purana. So this is what's stressed here by Srila Prabhupada. The demoniac influence of the sons in the womb. I can't get over how much power these two asuras must have had to have this type of influence. You know, in all directions throughout the universe. Now, as I said, we had this, what do you call it again? Geomagnetic occurrence that just happened, so we're feeling it and in certain parts of the universe. But this one went everywhere, that the demigods were so perturbed. So how much power is there? So this power must have been infused within them by the Supreme Personality of God. Sometimes Krishna has to do very amazing things. He does Leela And just so our heads are so stuck in what we're doing and attracted to mundane things and mundane activities. So Krishna comes and does these different leelas, and he does very amazing leelas, unbelievable leelas, unbelievable pastimes to, of course, the material, totally believable for the devotees. And so he does these things, very, very amazing things. It takes a lot to drag our noses out of what we're doing and get us into actually Krishna conscious pastimes and activities. So he obviously he's infused Hiranyakashipu and Hiranyaksha with all this power that had this effect all over the universe. So Hare Krishna, thank you very much. I'll read this verse again if anyone has any questions or comments. Wrong verse. Loke tena hata loke loka pala hatojasaha nya vidayan vishvasrije dvanpa vyantikaram disham. By the force of the pregnancy of deity, the light of the sun and moon was impaired in all the planets, and the demigods of various planets being disturbed by that force asked the creator of the universe, Brahma, what is this expansion of darkness in all directions? Hare Krishna, does anyone have any questions? Yes. Yes. You were not the body, you were the spirit soul, was one. The changing bodies is another one. Time I am. I remember that one. I remember. Time I am, destroyer of the world was another one. And so many, and as of course, and I always remember too. So I remembered those verses and I became a devotee. And I just didn't know Bhagavad Gita that well, but I was met by someone who was a Christian in when I was selling Bhagavad Gitas, and he was very antagonistic, and he said, well, where in your book does it say that Krishna is God? Right, and of course I was a new devotee, and I said, yeah, it's in here, and I was kind of, and I didn't know where it was, and so then he caught me, just see, you don't even know your own books. And so then I made a vow, I'm going to study this book. I'm never going to be caught out again. And indeed, I actually studied Bhagavad Gita very carefully and learnt the shlokas and so on and so forth, and right in the very beginning. So there's a few examples, and there's many examples in the beginning. And who was saying the other day, Ishopanishad was also? I actually read Ishopanishad before. The Bhagavad Gita, before was it? They just had those little penguins. They were in the penguin, the little ones. I don't think the big one wasn't published yet, and so we were just reading the little abridged. But Ishopanishad struck me also very wonderfully. Any other questions? Someone else? Yeah, I think you were next. Yes.
I have two questions, if that's okay.
We'll go one at a time.
One at a time, okay. In this verse, it suggests that darkness expands like light, so it has qualities like light. So it's not just absence of light. It's a force on its own. And we can study light, how thick it is, how fast it is. What are qualities and natures of darkness? Can we measure it?
How is darkness measured? Are you asking like a scientific question? Or?
Well, you mentioned that darkness is ignorance in its way,
ignorance,
so I'm looking at it from a spiritual perspective.
Yeah. Right. And what specifically is the question, though? Combine?
Yeah, because it's the same question. Yeah, it's interesting. Because
I'm glad we're united.
Because they say that the darkness is the absence of light. So if the sun is present, darkness can't cover the sun. So what is? How are? So we're kind of asking. We're kind of wondering what are the mechanics of this particular darkness? Is it like a smog?
This particular.
Is it a smog, or is this their influence that they kind of just make everyone like sad or something? Like you were talking about
this particular instance.
Yeah.
It appears that the light of the sun. Was impaired. So it appeared, from what I understand here, that the sun gives a natural light and it's a very, very powerful. So that was impaired to such an extent. It appears there was still some light. So as far as the mechanics, this is what I understand from this verse, is that, and it actually says that, the light of the sun and the moon, of course the moon is a great reflector of the sun, and we know especially when there's a full moon, there's so much light comes. So that light was impaired, and it must have been, it doesn't say how much it was impaired, but it was impaired, however you want to define impaired. But it must have been a lot for the demigods to be so disturbed to go to Lord Brahma. So that in a mechanical sense is what I understand from this. So in other words, it was a lot less. It was actually dark around the place. So what's going on? They went to Brahma. Yes, second question?
Thank you very much. Second question, the darkness was originated from unborn baby of deity. So it wasn't originated by any actions or by any process. So what it was originated from?
From the presence of Hiranyakashipu and Hiranyaksha in the womb, they had gone the power. Just like someone doesn't need to do anything and they just kind of emanate a certain effect just by them being there. Just by them being there. Their consciousness is very much in ignorance, and they just stand. They can be doing nothing. They're just standing there, and everyone feels uncomfortable or so on and so on. So definitely there's subtle influences just in the consciousness. So the consciousness was infused with that ignorance and that power of ignorance, and has an effect. There's the power of ignorance that moves in this universe. Power that's under Lord Shiva, the power of passion. So these are actual effects. They're subtle. You can't see with your naked eye, but nevertheless we feel it on the mental level, and we feel it. And so this was, so they had that influence. Now, not only was it on a subtle level, but they were able to have a greater physical effect as well, in that the light of the sun and the moon was actually diminished as well, physically, apart from their more subtle the darkness. So it's all subtle. And so even they're inactive, they're in the womb, they're not even born yet, still the effect is there. Still the effect is there. So I think we have to finish there. Jai, all glories to Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Jai Go Premanandi, Hari Hari Bo.